So, as we had a sound issue, so we'll start the meeting over. We'll now call the Beaufort County Board of Education business meeting of May 4th, 2021 to order. The public session will be starting at 6 p.m. and we will start the executive session shortly. This meeting is being conducted by hybrid video conferencing and is being live streamed by the company channel. Capacity in the district media center is limited to 60 individuals in order to comply with social distancing requirements. Individuals must stay at least 3 feet apart and masks are required. The district staff will take temperatures and screen all individuals attending the meeting. Seating will be on a first-come basis. Requests for public comments participation will be accepted tonight between 5 and 5:30 by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to robin.cushionberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us. You will receive a phone call during public comments where you'll be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you're in person, you may tomorrow at 6 p.m. to finish the agenda items. And now we need a motion to go into executive session reasons listed. And Mr. Al Campbell will make that motion with his microphone close to his mouth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we move to the executive session for employment matter, the personnel ratification report, discussion of 2021-2022 employment recommendations pursuant to South Carolina Code Annotation Section 30-4-70A1. Also for discussion of negotiation incident to propose at Battery Creek High School for early steel and laboratory casework package. Amendment number 1 to MB Kahn Construction contract pursuant South Carolina Code Annotation Section 30-4-70A2. For discussion of negotiation incident to propose Bluffton High School Athletic scope amendment number 3 to Jumper Carter Sease Architects contract pursuant to South Carolina Code Annotation Section 30-4-70A2. For discussion of negotiation incident to propose Bluffton High School Athletic project scope turf field amendment number 22 to MB Kahn Construction contract. Discussion of negotiation incident to propose Bluffton High School HVAC amendment number 20 to MB Kahn Construction contract pursuant to Section South Carolina Code Annotation Section 30-4-70A2. And for discussion of negotiations incident to propose Wheel Branch Elementary School HVAC amendments number 11 and number 12 to contract construction pursuant to South Carolina Code Annotation Section 30-4-70A2.
Okay, Mr. Earl Campbell, second. Any discussion? There being no hands up, question is called.
Voting's open.
Yes.
Is Mr. William Smith on?
Yes, I am. I'll vote yes.
You're voting yes? Thank you.
The motion carries unanimously with, Rachel Wozniacki absent from the vote and meeting. We'll now go into executive session. Please let us know when you're ready. Education Business Meeting of May 4, 2021, being held via hybrid video conferencing, and the meeting is also being live streamed by the county channel. If you want to participate in the second public comments, you need to send an email between 7 and 7:30 with your name, phone number, and topic to robin.cushingberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us, and you'll receive a phone call during public comments where you'll be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The second public comments will take place prior to 8:45, and the second forum will be limited to 15 minutes. If you are in person, you may address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain during that time as well. Each speaker must fill out a public comment card, which you can obtain from the board clerk. In the event the board does not finish addressing all items listed on the May 4, 2021 agenda, the board will reconvene at 6 p.m. tomorrow evening to finish the agenda items. Do we have any action as necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in executive session? Mr. Stribinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have 6 items coming out of executive session. First is, I move we approve the superintendent's recommendations for employment listed on the April 1st to April 30, 2021 personnel ratification report.
Okay, the second is Mr. Mel Campbell. Do we have any discussion? All right, voting is open.
Yes.
Goodrich, yes.
Ms. Robine, how are you voting?
Yes. The motion carries unanimously with Dr. Rachel Wisniewski absent. Mr. Stribinger?
The second item is, I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 1 with MB Kahn Construction for an early steel and lab casework package at Battery Creek High School in the amount of $935,509.
Second by Colonel Geyer. Any discussion? Voting is open. Robine, yes.
Mr. Smith? Mr. Earl Campbell?
The motion carries unanimously 10-0. Mr. Speaker?
I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 3 with Jumper Carter Sease Architects, which authorizes an amount of $668,011 for Bluffton High School referendum projects.
The second was by Earl Campbell. Any discussion? Mr. Smith?
Yes, I will support this because it was in the referendum. It's voted down referendum.
The question is called.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. Mr. Strivener?
I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 22 with Kahn Construction for the turf field at Bluffton High School, which authorizes an amount of $1,385,593.
Okay, second by Mr. Mel Campbell. Mr. Smith?
The same thing, I will support this because this is a final referendum package, so I will support this. Thank you.
The question is called.
Yes.
Ms. Cushing-Berry Gwatz, yes. It says my vote may not have been recorded.
I have it as you, yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. Mr. Strivener?
I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 20 with Kahn Construction for HVAC work at Bluffton High School in the amount of $976,838.
Second.
Second, Ms. Robine? There being no hands up, we will open voting.
Yes.
Ms. Robine?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously, 10-0. Mr. Strivener?
Our last motion is, I move that the Board of Education approve amendments 11 and 12, which total $552,717 with contract construction. Amendment 11 is for mechanical work associated with HVAC upgrades in the amount of $299,777. Amendment 12 is for facade and electrical work associated with HVAC upgrades in the amount of $252,940.
Second. Second was Ms. Boatright. Any discussion? The question is called.
Yes.
Robine, yes.
The motion carries 10-0. Mr. Strivener, that concludes the motions coming out of this executive session.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. We are now down to the approval of the agenda, but we need to have the agenda approved with waiving board policy GC 2.11.D.17, adjournment and extend the meeting past 9:15. Would somebody like to make that motion? Mr. Mel Campbell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the board approve the agenda and waive board policy GC 2.11.17 adjournment and extend the meeting past 9:15.
Second with Colonel Guyer, any discussion? Mr. Smith?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to move the OE 16 for the report to, I would like to put that under board business.
Well, it's currently under consent agenda? Yes,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Right. So that if a member wants to move something from consent agenda to board business, that doesn't have to have a second or approval. So we've moved it, Mr. Smith. All right, any further discussion about approving the agenda with waiving the board policy that was given by Mr. Valkiel? All right, voting is open.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, how are you voting?
The motion carries 9-0-1. The one abstention is Mr. Smith. So the agenda is approved. And the meeting is being extended past 9:15. Next on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, so please stand.
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have a moment of silence. The media has been properly notified. Tonight, our performance is Robert Vince Matheson, a fourth grader at Hilton Head Island Elementary School, reciting his poem titled Where I'm From. Vince's poem has been named a finalist in the MUSC Septima P. Clark Poetry Contest. Here to tell us more about the contest and about Vince is Hilton Head Island Elementary's principal, Sarah Owen.
Good evening. I'm proud to present Vince Matheson on behalf of the entire school. He did a tremendous job in a poetry submission, and it's personal to Vince and his family because right before the pandemic hit, his family, who at the time was living in China, was visiting grandparents on Hilton Head. And then the pandemic came, and the family had to change their plans and currently are living on Hilton Head, and he's a student in fourth grade at our school. As part of his GTELA class, he wrote a poem, and he received third place out of over 860 submissions. So he was able to participate in a very nice presentation last Friday night, and we're incredibly proud of him. So with no further ado, I present Vince Matheson.
Hello, Ms. Matheson, and I hosted the USC poetry contest, and here's my poem. Where I'm from, Vince Matheson. I'm from a place I can't go back to. This young island has felt like a new life starting so early to begin. I'm from a place between stands, also where the TV sits. I have Legos on the shelves and books and crackers on the coffee table. I'm from missing my cousins and aunts in Brooklyn. They have had a scary year. But they got a puppy who loves them and chased all of the cats. I'm from wear your masks. Did you get vaccinated? Or be careful, stay 6 feet apart. I wonder how soon I'll forget them. I'm from steaks my dad cooked on the grill, and yours my mom made with salty slow-cooked ribs. My grandma's pies on Christmas and Thanksgiving. I'm from watching YouTube all day and getting kind of bored. I used to play Monopoly with my little brother, but he doesn't play with me anymore. I'm from my brother, who I absolutely need because he's always there to fight with, or to keep secret with from mom and dad. I'm from the past when I could play, and right now I'm wishing I could go to recess and play tag, and in the future I will. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Vince. That was wonderful. And Ms. Owen, if you have the chance and if Vince is willing, if you can send me a copy of that poem, because I would love to share that with our board members as well. So
Absolutely. We'll make sure it happens.
Thank you, Ms. Owen. Appreciate it. This evening, in points of celebration, we begin with Continental Math League competition. Austin Fillmore, a fourth grader at Bluffton Elementary School, earned a perfect score for each of the 5 Continental Math League competition events that he participated in. In preparation for the competition, Fillmore's teacher, Nikki Sparks, provided practice math problems daily. Fillmore is the first student from South Carolina to be recognized as a national student winner and only one of 8 students nationally.
Wow.
Is there?
Live on Facebook. Surprising a math whiz. Bluffton Elementary School went live on Facebook to announce this 4th grader is a national student winner for the Continental Math League. Austin Fillmore earned a perfect score on every math challenge during this year's competition. He's the only student in South Carolina to accomplish this and is also just one of 8 students nationally to do so.
I mostly just focus hard.
Great job. So that is all yours.
They're like these really hard questions. They're not like equations or like long word problems.
The Continental Math League is made up of 5 meets that ran from November to March. Students work alone with only a piece of scratch paper to answer 6 challenging math questions in 30 minutes.
This is something that is a very rare occurrence. It's a great accomplishment for him, and I'm so proud of him. I'm not surprised. He's a great mathematician.
Austin not only worked hard at school preparing for the math challenges, he also practices math skills at home.
Well, I get on math games like Prodigy, and my mom and dad sometimes make me sheets of things to do.
We actually do a practice problem every day. So as part of their morning warm-up, I have old meets, they have practice books that they put out. So we put up a problem, they have a chance to solve it, and then we discuss different strategies to help them practice.
Several other elementary schools in the district also took part in the Continental Math League, including Red Cedar Elementary School, where a team of 4th graders worked together to win their region. At Bluffton Elementary School, Ron Lopes, Beaufort County School District.
Awesome job, Austin. We're so proud of you.
Congratulations, Austin. And thank you, Ms. Sparks, for your support of our students. Word Masters Challenge Perfect Scores. Several district teams placed in this year's first Word Masters Challenge meet, a national vocabulary competition involving nearly 125,000 students annually. Red Cedar 4th graders and Okeechobee Elementary 3rd graders scored a perfect 200 points, both placing first in the nation. Other outstanding performances included an 8th grade team from River Ridge Academy. The team scored of 198 points, and a fourth grade team from Bluffton Elementary that placed 10th in its division. Red Cedar fifth graders Giada Card and Chelsea Salas each earned a perfect score of 20 in the second meet of the year. Nationally, only 39 fifth graders achieved this result. Coosa Elementary fourth grader Ryan Allen also earned a perfect score of 20 on the challenge. Only 37 fourth graders achieved this result nationally.
Larry.
Excellent use of 2 Wordmaster words.
Several schools across the district are taking part in the Word Masters Challenge. It's a national vocabulary competition involving nearly 125,000 students from across the country. Here at Red Cedar Elementary School, the fourth grade team achieved the highest honor, earning a perfect score in the first round. They're currently in first place in the nation for their grade level.
I was jumping up and down. I was so excited because we put so much effort and work into this that it just felt great.
At first, I thought it wasn't real because I thought they were just joking around. And then I saw like my actual perfect score that I got 20 out of 20. And it was like really, really exciting for me.
Overall, 11 students at the school earned perfect scores. Nationally, only 36 fourth graders achieved this result. Through Wordmasters, students learn and use new words that are considerably harder than grade level. The students are now busy studying for the competition's next challenge in February.
We have one word every day that we do, and we have a card and we write the definition. We write a sentence using that word, synonyms about that word, antonyms of that word, and the forms of that word.
Once we get most words, I'll go home and just study them. My mom will give them to me. I'll study them on my own. Here, we'll do like Quizlet Lives and quizzes, and it'll be really fun.
We get to race against each other to see like who can get them all right and who can get them the fastest.
A fourth grade team from Bluffton Elementary School is also participating in the challenge. They're in 10th place. And Broad River Elementary School has a fifth grade team competing as well.
A lot of the times we go on Quizlet and study with that and just look out what the words mean and all that.
What I like about them is the unique types of words and what you get to choose of what types of words that you can pair, and honestly, it's just fun.
We like study and we work with analogies and different words. I usually like look them up and look for keywords in the definitions.
The students like how the competition is expanding their vocabulary.
Well, these words will help me in my writing, in my effective communicating, and better me in the future.
The final round of the Word Masters Challenge will take place in April. For the Beaufort County School District, Ron Lopes.
Ooh, 3 Wordmaster words in that
All students who participated in the Word Masters Challenge. Next, on points of celebration, let's talk about staff appreciation. I would like to take a moment tonight and acknowledge and thank our staff, specifically our principals, our teachers, bus drivers, and nurses. This past Saturday, May 1st, was Principals Day. This week is Teacher Appreciation Week. We also celebrate our bus drivers this week, and Wednesday, May 12th, is School Nurses Day. I would like to thank principals, teachers, nurses, and staff for their instrumental work in keeping schools safe, and thank the technology team for their support in instructional delivery. All of you have worked tirelessly to innovate and support our students. I would be remiss if I didn't also mention this Friday, May 7th, is School Communicators Day. I want to thank Dr. Bruder, our communications director, and her team, whose expertise and value highlight the work of our school students and staff. Is there if there's anyone in the world I know that can work on the fly and make the best of any situation, that's definitely my colleagues in the communications department. And so I want to thank all of our staff. We appreciate them so much. And this is an important week to really recognize and acknowledge them. Lastly, in points of celebration, Hilton Head Island High School School Improvement Council Award of Merit. Hilton Head Island High School's School Improvement Council was named the recipient of South Carolina's SIC's fourth annual award of merit for SIC report to parents during an online award ceremony Saturday morning. The Hilton Head Island High School SIC previously ranked as one of the 5 finalists for South Carolina's SIC's annual Riley Award for School Improvement Council Excellence in 2019 and 2018. State statute requires that each SIC in South Carolina prepare and disseminate a report to the parents each spring to inform their school communities of the schools and the SIC's work and progress towards established improvement goals. I want to recognize them this evening, and we will bring back at a future board meeting additional presentation with maybe members of the SIC here present. And so if you join me in congratulating Hilton Head High School's SIC. Dr. Watts, that concludes our points of celebration this evening.
Thank you. We're next down to the first public comment.
Hello, is this Ms. Cook?
Yes.
Hi, this is Molly. I'm calling you with the school board public comments. You have 3 minutes and you may begin.
Could you please state your name too?
3 kids that have gone through high school. My son Chase is a junior this year, and he had Mr. John for honors economics and honors U.S. government.
Ma'am, can you please state your name and start over? We need to have a timer. So just a minute, please.
Can you hear me now? My name is Carrie Cook, and I've got 3 kids that have gone through Hilton Head High School. My son Chase is a junior at Hilton Head High right now and had Mr. John's last semester for honors economics and honors U.S. government. And I can't tell you how much we enjoyed having Mr. John as a teacher. He was unbelievably professional, highly engaging with the students, particularly considering it was virtual. As a parent, I actually enjoyed listening to Mr. Johns engage each and every student almost on a daily basis. He kept them, he made personal references to them, kept them engaged on the Zoom classes. It was unbelievably impressive to see, and as a parent. And again, the utmost of professional throughout it all. I find him to be unbelievably respected by both the parents and the students. Both. I know I have some friends that also had students in that class, and we all agreed we're really appreciative of everything Mr. Johnson was doing for the students, as well as his level of communication. I had a couple of concerns regarding Chase, and Mr. Johns always reached out to me quickly and professionally to talk to me about my concerns and address them, both with me and Chase, so we could move forward and be successful in the class. He's incredibly efficient as well. I think he genuinely cares about his students, and he's an unbelievable asset to Hilton Head High, and should absolutely, without hesitation, be a teacher there, both for his honors classes as well as his AP classes. So that's my 2 cents, and I just appreciate you listening to me, and look forward to having him in the building again next year. Thank you. Hi, this is Stephanie.
Hi, Stephanie. This is Molly calling you for public comments. You have 3 minutes, and can you start by introducing yourself?
Sure. I'm Stephanie DeBrock, and my son William is a 10th grader at Hilton Head High School. My comment was on Mr. Johns, who is our AP government teacher, and we were hoping that there can be an exception made. He and his wife are both AP certified and have been AP certified by while they were at Hilton Head High School at different times, but we were hoping to get an exception so that he and his wife can both be part of Hilton Head High School for next year. So I just hope that you guys can consider making an exception to the rule. And that's it.
For your comments. I have one more. Hi, this is Molly calling you for the school board public comments. You have 3 minutes, and can you start by introducing yourself?
Yeah, this is David Cook in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Bradley, and district staff. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak tonight. I appreciate it. I know everyone's working really hard to wind up the school year. So I'll try to make this as brief as possible. I've been in contact with everyone via email. I noticed in the March 5th executive order from the governor that he had lifted, redirected mandates for schools and churches, making them exempt as gathering places or gatherings. I would hope that you would look at that executive order and consider what that means moving forward. Any order issued by the governor supersedes anything else in the state. And I just wanted to share that with you. And everyone has a safe week. And please let me know if I can be of any assistance. Thank you.
For your comments.
We're now down to the agenda item update from our lobbyist, Lynn Stokes Murray.
Okay. Y'all got me now?
Yes, welcome, Lynn. Thank you for.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. It's nice to see you all. And Shannon Bruning, my partner, is here with me, and we have a kind of a long presentation. So we'll take questions at the end unless there's something along the way that really catches your eye. I think Robin has our PowerPoint that she'll pull up. Awesome. So just generally, what you all had asked for is legislative update, and we wanted to update you in several different areas. What's happening with the appropriations bill, early childhood, pending and enacted legislation, and then have a conversation around potential school board resolutions that you guys might want to submit to the School Board Association. So starting with the appropriations bill, it's currently under debate by the General Assembly. The House concluded their debate in March, and we just finished last week on the Senate side. So now the bill goes back over to the House for what we call H2, which will be the additional version of the bill. Originally, I think y'all will remember that the House did not appropriate all of the potential money that we had coming in. They were waiting on some further estimates from the BEA. The Senate went ahead and appropriated everything that we have so far. So we have about $9 billion available this year to spend with general fund revenue, surplus money, capital reserve fund money, and then that doesn't even count what we've got coming from the feds. About a third of that has been appropriated to education, which is great news. Early childhood has been a lot of things that have been talked about that. It's been a huge focus for the department, and it's been a huge focus for the General Assembly. And we're going to walk through some of the bills that have been implemented or being worked on now. And then, as I said, we've got a lot of information on 5-day instruction, broadband, and teacher step increases that we want to talk about. And then, as I mentioned, the school board resolutions that we'll go over with you. Under early childhood, obviously you all know firsthand that the pandemic has just wreaked havoc on our ability to offer the basic fundamentals that are taught and then built upon for each year. So the focus has been in legislation on how to deal with those children that may be behind and how we can use state dollars and federal dollars to assist in programs, whether that be in the summer or some remediation programs in the fall. And you all know that Superintendent Spearman had formed Accelerate Ed, and that has been the focus largely of their efforts dealing with education recovery camps in the K-3 area. And those were focused in English language arts and math, as well as emotional assessments. There are other programs that are coming through First Steps and the Education Advisory Council that will help get these youngest students up to grade level. On the next slide, we talk a little bit about the early learning extension. The Early Childhood Advisory Council is taking the lead in establishing the Data Governance Committee. It was established in the early part of the spring, and their focus again is to align program data on K-12, focusing on K-3, and have a portal accessible to the stakeholders by February of 2024 for the collection of the data. And they will use this data to assess best education practices by age group and moving forward and how to catch up through the time lost through the pandemic. Also, the early childhood education piece, the advisory council is comprised of members from DHEC as well as members of the General Assembly, and they're focusing on the First 5 program, which is a comprehensive statewide early childhood strategic plan. It is in development, and it's going to focus on early learning and health and well-being and family and the community. So that's just a quick snippet. We'll get a little bit more into that as we talk about the pending legislation and legislation that's been enacted. I want to talk to you a little bit about the appropriations bill. I mentioned to you that we have $9 billion in funds to appropriate this year for 21-22. About $3.3 billion of that is allocated to go towards public education in South Carolina. That includes an $11 million increase to the base student costs, which will be about $26.52 per pupil funding. It also increases that by $1,000 salaries, and that's on top of the 2% step increase that's already been approved. There's been $5.5 million appropriated for full-time nurse in every school, $30 million for broadband, and there probably will be more to come, $12 million for school resource officers, $7.8 million from the Volkswagen settlement for additional school bus purchases, and those will be in the green space types of school buses. $5 million is in recurring for school bus lease purchases, and that could be whatever the districts choose. And then we also have a pot of money in the unclaimed lottery for school bus purchases. So that's probably going to be about $1 million. These numbers are all based on what came out of the Senate last week. And as I mentioned, The House will take a second crack at the bill in June. Other funding areas that I think y'all will find of interest is $10 million to expand 4K. That'll be about 600 more students, and it will allow 5-year-olds to attend the 4K program because of the pandemic. We've got $27 million appropriated for growth in the public charter schools, $48 million for new instructional materials that will include things like textbooks, and a pay of $125,000 for retirees that are returning to teach due to the shortage of teachers. Districts can offer virtual programs for up to 5% of its student population without an impact on the state funding. And also, there's $4.1 million included in the appropriations for an increase in the school bus driver salaries that represents about a 5% increase. That's quickly where we are on the budget. Let me just back up and say again that we are taking up, the House is not going to take up the Senate passed version of the bill until we return the second week of June. So we will be here probably 3 weeks in June dealing with the budget on the House floor and then in conference committee, and then each body will approve the conference report. We expect that the BEA may recognize some additional funding, and there may be even more to appropriate. And again, these are all state dollars. This doesn't really touch what we've got coming in federal money, largely going directly to the department that will flow down 92%, as I understand it, to the districts. So I can answer questions about budget stuff when we get to the end, if that's easier for y'all. Take a minute and catch my breath and talk about, did you have a question? I didn't hear you.
No one's hand is up, so thank you.
Okay, so recently passed legislation, Senate Bill 38, which is a bill by Senator Grooms that requires that public high schools must provide instruction concerning the Constitution, the Federalist Papers, and the Declaration of Independence. And it seems like we talk about that every single year. And frankly, we talked about it again, and it's passed, and it was signed by the governor on April the 28th. So that is enacted, and it was made effective upon the signature of the governor. Senator Hembry, who is chair of the Senate Education Committee, passed legislation that amended the current code to provide for removal of some charter school district members, and that's awaiting the governor's signature. Senate Bill 704, which is the in-person classroom instruction. This was Senator Massey's bill. Y'all heard a lot about this during the month of May, that required us to return to 5-day in-classroom instruction for 2021 and 21-22. It suspended the earning limitations that were under the South Carolina retirement system prohibition and limits, so it suspended that earning limitation. It also provided for Senate Bill 516, which was giving teacher priority for vaccinations, and that actually happened by executive order of the governor before that legislation went into effect. So that was all signed by the governor on April the 23rd. So also, again, relatively new and things that have passed recently. Representative Allison, who is chair of the House Education Committee, passed legislation that will allow schools of choice to be exempt from certain statutes and regulations, and to designate those as schools of innovation. That was signed by the governor last week, also April the 23rd. 3608 by Speaker Lucas on public charter school per pupil funding, addressing a shortfall in the public charter school districts as a result of the General Assembly enacting Act 135, which was our funding last year, and we had financial uncertainties. That was signed by the governor back in March. House Bill 3609, again, Speaker Lucas, which put into play the teacher step increases that we talked about earlier and are fully funded in the Senate version of the bill. And that also allows up to $50 million to restore salary cuts that were put into place as a result of the pandemic. Teachers with 23 years or more won't receive the payment, but the other teachers will. Pending legislation. So we have a bill, we talked about it today, and it actually got approved by the Senate. It was approved, the amendments were approved, and this is the accountability measures for public schools and public school districts. And it provides a revised accountability measures and repeals Article 15, Chapter 18, Title 59, relating to intervention and assistance under the Education Accountability Act. So I think we'll probably finish that bill up tomorrow, and it'll get to the governor's desk in the next few days. House Bill 3319 by Representative King would provide reduced price meals. So it would provide the students that are eligible for free and reduced meals. They must be offered the same federally reimbursable meal as ineligible students. And I think what they were worried about is it looking different for a child to get one version of a meal and another child to get a different version. And they didn't like, he particularly was concerned about how that made the children feel. So that bill has passed the House, and it is in the Senate Education Committee. I doubt very seriously that they'll get to it before we leave for sine die May 13th, but will be one of the first things probably up when we return in January. House Bill 3416 deals with teacher certification, and it will require those who hold a professional certification from the department for 20 or more years and they teach in the state for 20 or more years may renew annually by participating in the required district professional development without having to satisfy any additional requirements. So another effort to keep teachers retention effort on behalf of Representative Gillen. That's passed the House and is also awaiting a hearing in the Senate Education Committee. House Bill 3591, we talked about that today, and that's the teacher preparation report card by Representative Allison, and it would improve the means for evaluating educator preparation programs by providing for the annual development and publication of a South Carolina teacher preparation report card. Again, it passed the House today and was sent over to the Senate and the Senate Education Committee, and will be something that I think they take up when we come back again. 3592 also passed today, and this is the student learning and student performance, another effort by Chairman Allison on the House education side that would remove social studies from the subjects tested in grades 3 through 8 and would require the Department of Education to add them in the standard-based assessments, and would require the DOE to provide college readiness assessments to 11th grade students, and would occur with 11th grade students participating in annual written assessments. That is awaiting a hearing in the Senate. The Lucas bill, Speaker Lucas again, on the Computer Science Education Initiative. We've been talking about this for probably a year and a half. It would expand computer science education in public schools through the creation and implementation of statewide computer science plan, and requires that each public high school offer at least one computer science course that meets criteria that's promulgated by the department. It's passed the House and the Senate Education Committee, and it's on the floor of the Senate waiting to be debated. We may very well reach it tomorrow. That's a quick rundown of the legislation and where we are. The next thing I had put up is whether or not you guys wanted to submit any school board resolutions for their packet for the General Assembly for 2022. I know that you all successfully submitted some resolutions last year, and we were able to help you draft those. And you know, you all may have ideas, and you may have already been talking around those. But whatever Dr. G, you all are thinking, we are happy to help and assist in any way that we can on that piece. I reviewed the packet, and it's pretty extensive. it may be, like I said, there's something particular to the district that you all feel like needs to be included. So looking for feedback for you all on what you'd like for us to do on that piece. So just in conclusion, again, we've had a great year money-wise. We won't finalize the appropriations bill until the end of June. We adjourn sine die next Thursday, which is May 13th. So we have 5 legislative days left. In the sine die resolution, we'll be able to take up conference reports and anything to do with appropriations bill. We will probably be back again in August for any additional federal funding, and we'll be back for redistricting. And those census data numbers are not available to the Election Commission yet, so they won't be able to draw new districts until they get that data, and that'll likely be sometime around the 1st of November. And then finally, I put in, and Robin, I stuck in your packet the information that everybody can have the link to. There's been a ton of federal money, and everybody's been questioning, where's it going? How's it being spent? What's going on with that? So we gave you all the information that we've received to date from the Department of Education on what money has been spent, how much is left, what they're looking at, what programs they're looking at, and how the money will flow down to the district. So just felt like that was probably way too lengthy to get into, and certainly some of that's totally over my head, but wanted to provide you with the summaries that the department had shared with us on the ESSER funding and also on the Recovery Act funding that we expect to come down again. We'll know more about that as Treasury, U.S. Treasury shares with us their guidance on what the money can be spent on. Right now, we don't know the answer to all of those questions and are waiting some guidance from the federal government. So that being said, Chen, did I leave anything out? Happy to answer any questions. You know, we send you all this tracking report, and we've probably got well over 150 bills that we're tracking this year. We touched, we just hit the highlights on what's going on. But certainly if y'all have any questions about any of the pending legislation or anything else that we might can provide, we're happy to do it. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you tonight.
Thank you, and we have at least one hand up, and for your thorough reporting. Mr. Earl Campbell.
Yes. My question is retired teachers, the funds that they have for them, will they have any stipulation as far as how much they can make in salary?
On the step increases, it's
yes.
a 2% across the board step increase and basically $1,000 bonus. And that is what is in the Senate passed version of the appropriations bill. Whether or not the House increases that, we won't know until we come back in June. But definitely the step increase legislation mandated 2% pay increases. And then the Senate on top of that gave $1,000 per teacher bonus.
Has anybody...
Lynn, I just wanted to just clarify for you. I think the question Mr. Campbell was getting at was about retired teachers, right. And if the retired teachers, if there's a cap on what they can make.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
My understanding, and I think I may have gone too quickly through that, is $125,000 is the earnings limitation cap that the Senate put in proviso for the for retired teachers coming back. And there's a lot of discussion going on still about that. I don't think that matter is totally settled. I'll tell you that we met today with the PEBA, the Public Employee Benefits Authority, and they are looking at revamping the state retirement system and shifting from a defined benefit plan to a defined contribution plan for new employees. And one of the things that came about as a part of that conversation is that, you know, we've got to deal with teachers, and they're having portability and the ability to mirror what's available to them in retirement in the private sector. So I don't think we're done with that conversation at all. And I think you may see some additional language changes on that, Mr. Campbell, when the House takes up the bill in June.
Okay, what about, has anyone have been discussing the teachers' raise after 23 years? I think that should be changed.
I think that's something to talk about. I mean, certainly it says that they're limited after a certain number of years that they can't receive a raise, and I don't know how that will shake out, but we'll certainly pay attention to it and keep you posted. And if you have any comments that you want us to share with the Ways and Means Committee and the House, we'd be delighted to do that.
Okay. I got one more.
Mr. Campbell, can I just ask you to hold since you asked two? I'll come right back to them. Ms. Boatright.
Thank you. I was looking at H3589, the Schools of Innovation, because I've been told by a couple of people that there's a lot of controversy around this bill because it represents the introduction of more private companies into public education in the form of private-public partnerships. And then some people have said it's more, that's not what it is. Did you hear any of the debate? I know it's already signed, or get a sense of what people's thoughts were on this bill.
Yeah, there was a lot of controversy around the bill, and there were a lot of questions particularly asked on the House and Senate floors. I think that a lot of the concerns were addressed because it was more of an innovation effort, an opportunity more for math and science, some of the things that are happening in those sectors. And it seemed to be that folks, obviously, if it passed, and you know how difficult that is, to be able to make that happen. We have a lot of summaries of the debate from all of that. Mrs. Boatright, if you'd like for us to share that with you, I'd be happy to send it to Robin and she can share it with you, and it could shed some additional light on the conversation if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I would love that, because I don't, on its face value, don't have a problem with it, but I just heard, I know Meeting Street is a private organization that really pushed the bill and is very involved. In fact, I think Governor McMaster signed it at a Meeting Street school. So I'm just kind of curious, because I was told that this was sort of a Trojan horse to start shifting public money into private companies. So if you have that, debate, awesome. Happy to share that information. And clearly that was what the supporters of public education are always concerned about, is shifting of those dollars into the private sector, and what happens with the outside charter schools as well, outside of the public charter school district. So yeah, we'll pull that information and send it to you guys. Thank you.
Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you. I just want to reinforce Mr. Campbell's concern. I totally agree with him that we need to pay and advocate for teachers that have 23 plus years of experience to receive compensation. I mean, they are in the prime, most experienced teachers that we have, and to not compensate, the state not recognize that, I think is a travesty. So I would certainly like to have something along those lines crafted for our legislative agenda. And then can we just go back to that slide where you talked about social studies is not going to be tested? Would you go back to that, Ms. Stokes-Murray, and just talk about that a little bit again?
Hang on.
My concern is if we're not testing something, what is the importance of it to us? And so I just would like to hear a little more about the reason why that is not going to be happening.
I'm just trying to find it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I tried to take some notes here as to what slide it was on.
I think it's House Bill 3592.
Yep, here we go. I mean, I printed the bill. So it says, I should have sent Robin the actual bill. it looks like that they feel like that is already being addressed in other assessments, and they did not feel like that was necessary. So,
that's what that's because I was trying to read that quickly, and it's kind of small. So the idea is that they would determine whether students have a grasp of the social studies concepts in those different grades, perhaps through a writing assessment or a reading response. Is that the idea?
It specifically says that beginning in the 22-23 school year, the department working with its assessment vendor shall embed assessment items on the SE Ready reading and writing assessments that address the appropriate grade level social studies standards. So I don't know if that language helps you or not. I can send you a copy of the bill, but I think that's what they felt like, that by rolling that all up together in the SE Ready, that they didn't need a separate assessment for social studies.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Yes, I would like to echo what Mrs. Fisher and Mr. Campbell said about in reference to getting our teachers paid more. And after 23 years, I think that is that's basically saying that after 23 years that their career is over. And I think that I would definitely support us drafting something to possibly even having talk to the state legislators so that we can show support from the district level that is something that it doesn't in fact affect our achievement gap and as well other various things at this level. So I would definitely support that, and hopefully we can draft it up as soon as possible.
Well, as you know, Mr. Smith, y'all have 3 members on the Ways and Means Committee, and Shannon and I will let them know that this is a concern of yours. And if the board takes some sort of formal action, we'll immediately share it with them and with all the members of the Ways and Means Committee, as well as Chairman Allison. But you've got some pretty good folks sitting around that table for you that can advocate that position. If you all take a formal position or not, I mean, we will share with them that that's a concern.
Right. And also, what would be the biggest holdup with the early childhood funding?
Mr. Smith, you cut out on me. I didn't hear that last part. I heard early childhood, but I didn't hear the other part of the question.
I went to the restroom, but someone was telling me on yesterday that there were certain things that they were saying that early childhood funding is not going to really actually get the funding that we were hoping for. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that's correct at all. And there's more money in this education budget that I've ever seen in my career, and there's more coming. And the department is going to have full use of all these federal dollars that are flowing down, and they're going to spread it across the board. So I don't think they're leaving any sector out. I don't think they have to. And frankly, they're looking at the division of the federal dollars basically in 3 pots. They've spent a large part of ESSER 1. There's about $100 million left in that pot now. They've got ESSER 2 coming, and they're putting the plan together on how that money will be spent. And then yet another third part coming a little bit later down the line. So I don't think we're going to have any worries about funding any part of K through 12, and certainly not K through 3 because of the pandemic and the worries that these children have missed a lot over the course of this past year. So I think there's going to be a lot of focus on that effort.
Okay, and also just to get back to that question, I'll just take my further, and that will include Beaufort County, because sometimes they say that you get that certain times that we are one of the richest counties, so therefore we don't get much funding from that. So this county will get funding, is what you're saying.
I believe so, and your proviso is in the budget that gives you the ability to draw down the EFA dollars, more EFA dollars than you have in the past. And I did not check to see exactly how much that is going to be this year, but I will do that and update you all and let you know kind of what to expect coming from that pot as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Ms. Robine?
Perhaps you said this and I missed it, but, so when would we expect the appropriations bill to be finalized? So I'm looking at the, $12 million for school resource officers, 4.1 million for school bus drive salary increases of 5%. What's your best guess? And I assume some of this could come out before it gets finalized.
Ms. Robine, we have to have a budget passed in order for it to be in effect July 1. That's when our new fiscal year starts, so July 1, 2021. Otherwise, we'd have to operate under a continuing resolution, which is what happened to us last year. I don't have any expectation that we're going to be in that situation this year. I think we'll be done. The way the schedule looks that the House and Senate leadership have shared with us is that we'll be back the second week of June to debate House Bill 2, and that'll be the opportunity for the House to amend and change whatever they want on the Senate passed version. Again, there may be additional pots of money that have not been recognized, and they will appropriate those. Then that bill will go over to the Senate, and that's supposed to happen the third week of June, and then us coming together with a conference report in that last week of June, clearly before we get to the July 1 deadline. So we may be finished earlier. That's just the timeline that they received, but it has to be in place by July 1.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Earl Kimball, did you want to say your third question?
I was talking about Rodriguez.
Thank you. So, what I was going to suggest during our conversation is, and it seems like one of our legislative proposals would be regarding the increasing compensation for teachers with more than 23 years of experience. So let's vote on that at our next meeting. And if any other members have any other suggestions for our legislative agenda or proposals, to email the officers, and then we can vote on whatever submitted. And then Lynn would ask for your assistance, and that would give us a couple of weeks, because our next meeting would be June 1. And if you had the crafting of the proposals done by June 1, that would give 2 weeks. We could vote on the final the final proposal. Does that seem reasonable to you? Because these are due mid-June.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm hearing pretty much from all of you that you want to address this 23 year teacher issue, and that would probably be something worthy of submission for the legislative resolutions to the SESBA and to put on your agenda for 21, 22 and moving forward. So yeah, we'll be happy to help you craft that. Y'all just give us some direction that you've got thumbs up to move forward with it, and we'll get something in the hopper and over to you.
That sounds great, and we appreciate all the work you're doing for us, and thank you for presenting tonight.
Oh, it's our pleasure. Thank y'all. Have a good evening.
All right, next we are down to the committee reports, and we first have academic committee reporting out. Chair Kathy Robine.
Thank you. Tonight, we have the presentation of by Dr. Stratos of 2 ARs. They've been in your posted to board docs, so I hope that you've taken the opportunity to read them. One is IS 30 for summer school, and the other is IS 48, promotion, retention, and acceleration of students. I'm going to remind you, we don't approve these. We just hear the changes that are being made. These are administrative regulations. Thank you, Dr. Stratos.
Madam Chair and Mrs. Robine, thank you very much. This evening, I have on Zoom 2 members within our division, Dr. Campbell and Meredith Sturmack. They have worked with principals and educators at the modification of the two ARs that you brought forward. At this time, I'd like to have Ms. Sturmack step to the mic because she's worked diligently in tangent with many educators that put this together. I do want to put forward the request as a result that came from our principals. It is an addendum just for this year. And then we are seeking to put together a committee to further review both the ARs that you cited, Mrs. Robine. So at that, Meredith Sturmack, please.
Thank you, Dr. Stratos. Good evening, board members. As Dr. Stratos mentioned, I am transitioning to oversee summer school at the secondary level this year. And at the request of our middle school principals, Ms. Cushingberry, if you could go to the next slide, please. We looked at the summer school administrative regulations, both IS 30 and IS 48. And we wanted to first eliminate barriers for our students. This year has been like any other year academically. And our students, it was not the fault of our students that we were in the middle of a COVID-19 pandemic. So the purpose for these revisions were really to eliminate the barriers for our students after getting input from our stakeholders, our principals who met and received input from the teachers, suggested that we look at these ARs and make a temporary amendment specific to this summer's summer school. Summer school begins, in about 6 weeks. And so we wanted to make this temporary amendment specifically for summer school of 2021 prior to meeting throughout the summer with a committee, as Dr. Stratos mentioned, to make more permanent revisions. And we have been working with Ms. Cartledge in order to do that. So Ms. Cushingberry, if you could go to the next slide, please. So the current language of these two administrative regulations, in Regulation IS 30, the maximum summer course load currently allowed in summer school is 2 units of work. And then in Regulation IS 48, the promotion, retention, and acceleration, it states that in the second sentence, students in grades 6 through 8 may recover only 2 failed core subjects if a summer school opportunity is offered. Students who have failed more than 2 subjects will be retained. And so, as I mentioned, the main goal for this amendment is to eliminate the barriers to give as many students an opportunity to be successful as possible. So because of the pandemic, we are suggesting this amendment that needs to be put in place for this summer specifically. Go ahead, Ms. Cushingberry, thank you. So the following amendment, and then if you can go to the last slide. So the maximum course load allowed in summer school, the revision for IS 30 will be the maximum load allowed in summer school is 2 units with the exception of students in grades 6 through 8 with principal approval. And then the revision in IS 48 is students in grades 6 through 8 may recover up to 4 core courses if a summer school opportunity is offered with principal approval. Students who have failed more than 2 subjects may be retained. So this temporary amendment does not state that students who attend summer school will automatically be promoted. It just gives them an opportunity. And that's really the goal of our department as a whole, is to eliminate barriers for students to give them an opportunity to be successful. I think I touched on everything. Dr. Campbell or Dr. Stratos?
Ms. Sturmack, yes, you have, and board members, I'd like to draw your attention to the last sentence in the revision and the highlighted word may. So it still lends that up, and I don't want to use the word opportunity, but it still lends the use if a student doesn't attend summer school, that child may have the option of being retained. So it does not take that away. And that concludes our presentation at this time on the update. Thank you, Mrs. Robine, and committee members. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Scott.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Ms. Robine, does that conclude your report?
Yes.
Thank you. Next is the Ad hoc Bluffton Growth Committee, and this will be reported by Dick Geyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a very productive meeting with the mayor of Bluffton. Mayor of Bluffton has been there for some time. She's seen a lot of growth. She's seen a lot of trends. She's also a realtor. So she thought her expertise working with the market tell us what kind of people are looking for houses in the Bluffton area. Are they older folks with no children, or are they younger folks with a bunch of children? And there's some very, very good information, and I'd like to ask Ms. Crutchfield to come up and share with us some of the comments that she made. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Yes, both Mayor Solka and Heather Collin, who's the Director of Growth Management, she gave a presentation, and I suggest you take the time and look at it on YouTube if you get an opportunity. So they wanted to tell us kind of what they're doing with what's happening with growth. In case you don't know, 92% of the land in the town of Bluffton is under a development agreement of some type. And at this point, they gave updates on lots of the different developments, but overall, we're about 51% built out. So we still have lots of room to grow in that area. They gave us some data on building permits. In 2000, I thought these were interesting, 2019, 651 residential building permits is what I'm dealing with. 2020, 638. So even with the pandemic, we didn't see a large loss of building permits. And in 2021 to date, there's been 239, and that's putting them on track to be over 1,000. So growth is happening there. The highest point they showed on their graph was in 2017, where there were 870. I think they talked about working together, sitting down with the Bluffton Growth Committee and looking at a map, and just talking about available tracts of land, where they see things are growing. And I think that's a great opportunity for the board to get a handle on where we need to be with future land purposes. And the other thing we talked about was the Board of Education and district staff participating on the town of Bluffton's comprehensive planning process that they're going through right now. They'll have several different steering committees on different topics. One of them is education. Robert and I sat in on that one, as several other folks did. I'm drawing a blank right now who was on that. But there's lots of opportunities to participate in that. And we made some suggestions on some other folks who might want to join on other topics, such as economic development, some of those. So certainly reach out. You can feel free to reach out to me if you're interested in participating on some of those, and I'll put you in contact with the right people. I think it was a great conversation, and I think we've made a lot of progress working together to go forward together.
One of the timelines that's very key is this coming fall, our 45-day enrollment report is going to give us a very good assessment of what the changes have been post-COVID, hopefully. And because the number of kindergartners especially have dropped off, it seems that many parents have decided, well, we'll skip kindergarten this year during the pandemic, and then they're going to be coming back to us. And are they coming back to kindergarten? Are they coming back to first grade? And so that 45-day report that actually says who's sitting in the seats is going to be very, very key. And if you look at the numbers, if you look at the building permits, and you look at the type of growth that she was mentioning, there's a lot of these building permits that are not for the higher end buyers, but for the first-time home buyers, second-time home buyers, buyers with children. We could really get an explosion. And we're going to have to be prepared to deal with that. And, we don't have any room in our present referendum to really cope with that. We've spent the expansion in River Ridge and with the May River. We've already spent our referendum on that. But there is no more referendum money for additional capacity left with this current referendum. So a warning we need to look at is, how are we going to cope with an explosion? How soon can we cope with an explosion? Do we need to invest some 8% monies as we're going forward for design, maybe perhaps property purchases, so that if we have another referendum in 2 to 3 or 4 years, we can do the same thing we did with River Ridge and May River and have projects shovel ready. And as soon as we get approval from voters, we can start construction, so we don't have to have massive amounts of trailers out there, mobile classrooms. And in fact, I don't know where we'll put all the mobile classrooms, much less how much they cost. And we've looked at that, at how much they cost, how long they last rather. They don't last forever. And so there's a whole lot of very important things that we've got to look at to be able to make strategic planning decisions on how we're going to cope with possible explosive growth in the Bluffton area in the next 3 to 5 years. So it was a very good meeting, and thanks to Carol, and she's been working this a long time. And I saw really good relationships that the planner refers to Carol's work and so on. So we've got good communication. I think we've got some credibility, and we'll get the best information we can about something that really takes a crystal ball to be absolutely accurate on what's going to happen when and where in the Bluffton area. Our attendance zone areas are atrocious. And that's another issue that we want to sit down with the Bluffton folks and say, well, look at where our buses are going to schools across one another. And how are we going to cope with that, the traffic issues and so on. So it was a very good meeting. We're going to have a meeting with another realtor at our next ad hoc meeting so that we can see what another realtor has to say about her view of the market, the present market. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, that's the only end of our report.
Thank you, Carol and Dick. Next committee report is operations from Chair Tricia Tigrich.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. Yes, the Operations Committee has been very busy as well and have had wonderful meetings. We met on April 21st, and during that meeting, HR presented to us, well, actually, it was more just of a discussion, the idea of a compensation study. And so the HR is going to come back again at our May 12th meeting with a more in a box kind of presentation about the compensation study and how we go about doing an RFQ for it. We asked her, Ms. Walton, to please include in that the goals and the scope of the study. Okay, so no board action required on this at this time. We also had a presentation by Jay Bragg, who are the consultants for Beaufort County, working on the penny sales tax projects to include reworking the entrances at Beaufort High School and Ladies Island Middle School. An option was presented, but it is still in the preliminary stages. We had a fire drill during that meeting, so we didn't get to the Ladies Island Middle School information. We've asked Ms. Bragg if she will come back at a later date to present the options that they are considering for Ladies Island Middle School entrance change. we are hoping she'll be available for our May 12th meeting. Again, no board action required on that at this time. Then we have for the real meat of the meeting on the 21st, we started talking about 8% project recommendations. Mr. Corbin, Mr. Otting, Ms. Crutchfield, we started the process. We were given a new folder. I think everybody on the board has received this folder that has basically information about the 8% projects, prioritized, and additional information. We then met again on the 27th and started to go into these 8% projects in greater depth, asking questions and getting more detail about each of the recommendations. Additionally, at our April 27th meeting, Ms. Cartledge presented OE 16, the Freedom of Information Act. The committee and several other members in attendance posited questions and made comments, and the committee moved that OE 16 FOIA should be brought to the full board for acceptance under the consent agenda. The vote was 2-0-1. Mr. Smith was absent from the vote. However, per Mr. Smith's request this evening, at OE 16 FOIA will be moved to board business. Our meeting again tomorrow is going to be full of great information, and I hope that anyone that can join us will do so because it has to do with the 8% projects. We're also going to have a construction update this evening by Mr. Corbin will do that. And then also don't forget, tomorrow evening is our clock meeting. I sent out, forwarded everybody the information as to how to attend the clock meeting, and I believe it was also sent out again. So, Mr. Corbin, are you online?
I am. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Once again, I'm Rob Corbin. I'm the Referendum Program Manager with CBRE HERE, and I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to share highlights from the April 21st construction updates. And the report that has been pulled up is pretty extensive. We do have individual updates contained in this for 23 different referendum projects, as well as 32 8% capital projects. If we could go to slide 3, I'd like to pause there just for a minute to highlight excellent progress that's continuing with one of our current larger referendum projects that's in construction. Beaufort Elementary received funding from the referendum of just over $24.3 million. And on the slide there in front of you, you'll see some progress photos. Moving on to slide 4, we'll highlight some additional activities that are going on. But all in all, excellent progress continues to be made by HG Reynolds Construction. They just wrapped up the phase 5 renovations in April. That's the first floor hall A area. And we are commencing now with phase 6, which is the first floor hall B renovations. If we could slide on to advance to slide 5. This was an update for one of the largest projects contained in the referendum. It's the replacement for Robert Smalls International Academy. We continue to make good progress there. It is important to note that the budget remains tight on this project, but the entire team is committed to working together so that we can bring a guaranteed maximum price proposal to the board that's within budget. We are targeting to bring that GMP proposal to the board in June or July. For slide 6, the second largest project that we have, Battery Creek High School, is tracking very similar to what I just briefed for Robert Smalls International Academy. The budget for Battery Creek High School is right around $56 million. And this one's a little bit further along than Robert Smalls International Academy. And we're scheduled right now to bring in the GMP amendment for this project to the board on May 18th is what we're targeting right now. So making a little bit of improvement on that schedule. Throughout the report, you'll see the traffic lights that are shown on this slide, the green, yellow, and red. For all of the report that's in front of the committee tonight, they all have green lights with exceptions. If you will go to slide 8, Robin, we do have yellow lights that we added for Hilton Head Island School for Creative Arts, as well as the next slide, which will be Bluffton Elementary School. The reason why we put the yellow lights on is that we've begun to have some discussions with MBCon to explore what portions of that technology infrastructure scope could possibly be postponed to take place after summer of 2021. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we have definitely seen a shorter summer period that's approaching. And what we want to do is position the district and these projects to be successful. And our focus, if you're familiar with the Hilton Head Island School for Creative Arts, it is actually served from Hilton Head Island Elementary. That's the IT hub. And at Bluffton Elementary, the similar is occurring, but it's fed from H.E. McCracken Middle School. So just wanted to make everyone aware that we are holding those discussions. And because those discussions have commenced, we felt it appropriate to put on yellow lights, because if we are going to postpone a portion of that work, it would have a little bit of a schedule implication and likely a small budgeting impact as well. Moving along to slide 19, I'll pause there to talk briefly about the work that's getting ready to commence at Beaufort High School. Recently, the board approved the Technology Infrastructure Amendment number 10, as well as the Athletic Phase 2 Amendment number 11. Those amendments are nearing completion of execution right now, and we should see construction on that campus commence very near future. So excited to see that work start. In between these slides and where I'm going to take us next is slide 28. You'll see updates for many of these projects that this month we are getting packages out to the various construction managers so that they can do pricing for bid packages that are ready to receive proposals on. So a lot of activity happening right now, and excited to see the proposals when they come back in. For slide 28, pausing there for a moment, we do have work that's going on that's 8% capital project related at both of the well branches, the elementary and middle school. The scope involves HVAC replacements and upgrades, as well as that remediation work. For Well Branch Elementary, the phase 1 blue pod has been completed. For the phase 2 red pod, the remediation and installation of the HVAC units were completed in February, and the closing of the exterior walls has also been completed. Work for the facade, that's the brick and waterproofing, is well underway, and that's scheduled to complete now in June. And for the remaining last phase at the elementary, that's phase 3 yellow pod, plus the exterior drainage and exterior wall replacements. That work has been coordinated with the school administration to begin in June, and that work will be completed over summer break. For the update over at Well Branch Middle School, phase 1 E-wing has been completed. Phase 2 A and B wings, the remediation's been finished. The HVAC replacements and drywall likewise has been completed. And the B wing will commence when the new HVAC units arrive this month. That work is scheduled to complete in June. And then similar to like what we coordinated over at the elementary, we've coordinated activities with the administration team there for phase 3, which is the D and F wings. That's scheduled to begin in June and also be completed in July. Last but not least, at Well Branch Middle School, we do have scope to address exterior drainage concerns on that campus, and that too will be completed over summer break. Moving forward to slide 34, Robin, just highlighting that we are continuing to make good progress on the referendum project closeouts. We've had a lot of the materials for closeout documents already received by the designer of record and reviewed and approved. Our project managers are reviewing that information, and we'll be preparing the final reconciliation change orders to account for any of the allowances that have been used and the remaining funds that may not be necessary, as well as the reconciliation of the 5% construction contingency that's within each of these GMPs. But what we have been able to accomplish so far since launching the referendum, we've done the completion of the 2 classroom additions at May River High School and River Ridge Academy. We've done numerous safety, security, vestibule improvements, as well as 6 playgrounds at numerous campuses, and athletic improvements at Beaufort High School, Well Branch Early College High School, Hilton Head Island High School, and also over at H.E. McCracken Middle School. Last slide I'd like to bring some highlight to will be slide 37. That's our cash flow projections versus actual expenditures. If you remember previous conversations, we did lag behind the forecast for a period of time, but we were able to regain that momentum and close that gap. If you'll scroll down just a little bit further, Robin, so we can see the figures at the bottom. There you go. For March, what we were showing is a forecast figure through the end of March where spending would total just over $56 million. Our actual spent to date for that period ending in March was right at $52.3 million. I did receive the latest financial updates from the district for the period ending April. And if you can see that, the forecast expenditure for April was $3.5 million, and the actual expenditures from that report I just received indicates that's exactly the amount that we actually spent. So I'm real pleased with the tracking now of the actual expenditures versus the cash flow model. This is a really excellent yardstick to gauge the overall progress that we continue to make on the referendum work, which I think is moving along very well. I'll pause there and see if there's any questions that any of the board members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Corbin. There are no hands up.
Good.
Okay.
Have a blessed evening.
Thank you, Mr. Corbin. And Chair, that concludes the Operation Committee report, unless one of my colleagues, Mr. Smith or Ms. Boatright, want to add anything? No? Okay, then that concludes the report. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now down to the superintendent's report. Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Fallon to come up to the podium here, and I'll speak from here if that's okay with the board. This evening, we begin the superintendent's report on student achievement, and we have a presentation for you regarding progress monitoring and performance matters. And so if we can pull up the slide presentation, building a balanced assessment system. Thank you. So in building a balanced assessment system, this work is grounded in research and the work by Mr. Rick Stiggins. We have done extensive work reviewing this component, and I've spoken to the board on many occasions in the past about our need for a progress monitoring assessment program. So I want to share a little bit about this with you at this time. And our current state, when we talk about assessments, is one of assessment for management of instruction. These are your regular classroom assessments that our teachers give on a regular basis. And then generally speaking, we have assessments of learning, which are summative, high stakes, typically state and federal. Within our district, we have some schools engage in progress monitoring assessments, and they have some of those built within their individual school. But generally speaking, these formative assessments, I haven't necessarily seen it system-wide. And I'm suggesting that that is exactly what we need in order to help improve outcomes district-wide for our students. And so the future state would be a balanced assessment system, one in which we have those classroom assessments that our teachers give on a regular basis, but we insert also assessments for learning. And these are assessments for learning are more formative assessments focused on the mastery of the standards that our students are required to master at each grade level. These formative assessments will serve to help inform instruction. An assessment of learning, of course, will always have those, which are summative, high stakes, state and federal. We had a conversation today about SC Ready, social studies, and so on and so forth. So if we can go on to the next slide. I've highlighted a few items here because this is where I particularly want to draw our attention to this evening, but I'll do a quick summary here. You hear me speak often about the significance of culture, systems, and instruction. And these are important questions to think about as we think about culture, systems, and instruction. Number one, is there a culture of high expectations? Is there a culture of continuous improvement? And is there a culture where learning can thrive? Systems are an important component. We've done and continue to do, because culture work is ongoing work, right? But systems are things that we want to make sure we put in place to help facilitate teaching and learning and other functions of schools. But certainly, we're zeroing in on teaching and learning here. So is there a system for planning instruction? Is there a system for measuring student mastery of instruction? In other words, we teach it, but do we know if our students are getting it, right? And is there a system for observation and feedback, where we provide observation and feedback to students, where administrators provide observation and feedback to our teachers to help continuously improve our instruction? And then in instruction, is instruction data-driven? And is instruction aligned to the full intent and rigor of the standard? And that is a very powerful question and a very important question. Because when you look at standards, right, they require students to operate cognitively at different levels depending upon what that standard is requiring, right? And it's essential that we align that instruction so that students get the opportunity for practice at those different cognitive levels in which they are expected to perform. Because at the end of the year, they're going to have to perform on a state assessment that's going to be grade level, and it's going to be tied to the full intent and rigor of the standard. If we can move to the next slide. We begin with the premise that all students can learn, right? And that's our belief system. And so in here are 4 critical questions. And within these questions, there are gaps. A gap, whether we're doing it exceptionally well or whether we're not doing it well in terms of these questions. I visited London several years ago and went down into the subway, which they don't call subway, but they call the underground. And in the underground, this sign, mind the gap, is everywhere. Everywhere you look. The PA system comes on as trains approach, mind the gap, right? And obviously they're speaking about the gap between the platform you stand on and you don't want to fall into the tracks, right? Well, when I think about that, and I think about these questions, are the standards at the core of our planning for instruction? Are they at the core when we sit down to plan for instruction? Number 2, are instruction and assessment meeting the full intent and rigor of the standard? And are students exposed to grade level text, talk, and tasks? Text, talk, and tasks. Our students will be expected to read and to utilize grade level text on an assessment at the end of the year. So within our classrooms, we have to make sure that they're exposed to grade level text throughout the year. Talk. Do we provide opportunity for accountable talk for students within classes so that we can make sure they're engaged in accountable talk about their work, because it helps them process their thinking about their learning, right? And then in addition, the tasks that we assign students throughout our courses, whether it's homework, whether it's classwork, are those tasks aligned with the full intent and rigor of the standard along the way. And then finally, our complex lessons differentiated to support students at different levels. Because ideally, right, we want to make sure that we're scaffolding that support and that instruction for students where if they're not on grade level, right, that we can still move their learning along, but at the same time, right, also expose them to grade level text. So we want to be able to scaffold and support that through differentiated instruction. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Ultimately, how do we know if students are learning? And how do you know when they're not mastering the standards? That's the significance of formative assessments. That's the significance of progress monitoring. Can we move to the next slide, please? So this is a continuous improvement model that I want to make sure that we're implementing with fidelity within the system at our schools. We begin on the top left, where we begin planning for instruction in our PLCs, starting with the standards at the core of that planning process. Let me give you an example. I want to read a standard to you. This is a language arts 7th grade standard, inquiry-based literacy standard. I need my glasses. Synthesize integrated information to share learning and or take action. 4.1, employ a critical stance to demonstrate that relationships and patterns of evidence lead to logical conclusions while acknowledging alternative views. 4.2, determine appropriate disciplinary tools and develop a plan to communicate findings and or take informed action. 4.3, reflect on findings and pose appropriate questions for further inquiry. Where you begin. This is the significance and the importance of professional learning communities and deconstructing the standard, where our teachers come together and work together in that planning process and can break that standard apart so that it becomes clear to all of them, right? What are students expected to learn and be able to do as a result of this instructional cycle encompassing these standards? And what is the full intent and rigor of those standards? That standard begins with the word synthesize. If you're familiar with Webb's depth of knowledge, you know that synthesize puts you already at a higher cognitive level. If you're not familiar with Webb's, I'm going to go back now and talk about Bloom's taxonomy. Most of us may be more familiar with Bloom's taxonomy, but it's the same thing. Bloom's taxonomy pushes your cognitive level. Synthesize is down at the very higher levels of Bloom's taxonomy. And so all of that is relevant discussion and information for professional learning communities as they deconstruct the standard to inform what's to be taught and what our students expected to be able to do. We shift over to the top right, where we're providing that quality instruction and differentiating that instruction. Observation and feedback from administrators is an important component of not only PLC work, but really quality instruction. And go down to the bottom right where we talk about progress monitoring and assessments. And this is where our formative assessments would come in. And through our formative assessments and this progress monitoring, we can look at whether students are mastering the standards based on the instruction we just delivered. And check and see and take a temperature check here and see how we're doing. And in that instructional cycle, we should be able to see in a PLC using data from these assessments whether or not our students are mastering these standards and the full intent and rigor of those standards. Then If we can stay on this slide for a second. At the end of the instructional cycle, we want to make sure that we build in a day or two to utilize and make instructional decisions based on what that formative assessment is telling us. Do we need to remediate? Did most of the students not get it? Did they not get one question? What's wrong with the question? Is it a vocabulary issue? Did all of our teachers in our grade level and all the students in our class in that grade level not fare well on that progress monitoring assessment on that particular question, right? Or if they all did, we have an opportunity for enrichment during that 1 or 2 days and really cement home that learning through practice. We can go to the next slide. Well, leadership matters. It's an important part of this component as well, because observation and feedback is critical in the continuous improvement model. Quality of instruction is essential. And the professional development that we provide based on what our information, our data is telling us, our teachers are telling us that they need to help us be more successful. We'll go to the next slide. The assessment system, why do we need the progress monitoring assessment? Because these assessments inform teaching. They inform learning. And who is the user of these assessments? Our students, and our teachers. And they help drive achievement by providing data that is assessment for learning, not assessment of learning or an autopsy report, if you will. Right? You go on to the next slide. I want to bring Mr. Fallon in right now to take us through and provide you a little demo on the Performance Matters platform so you can get a look at it at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. This evening, I will go through 2 brief slides to describe what Performance Matters is, what all is in the platform. But then I'll actually go out and complete what that is. And Robin, if you bring that back up, I'll also use those 2 slides so they can see it before I share. Perfect. Let me start with the first, just so I can walk through the 4 main components. If you go to the prior slide. So when we first log into the system, and I show you this evening, first of all, it is a sample database. None of the information in there is Beaufort County. It's provided to us from PowerSchool. So I can show you freely everything with an unfiltered view of the system. We're going to land on the dashboard. I'm going to quickly go through and show you how easy it is, as Dr. Rodriguez says. Who is the consumer? Who's the user of the data? It's the teachers. So how quickly a teacher can get where they need to go and analyze. And then we'll dig into some reports. But mainly what So what does Performance Matters give us? What does the system give us? So educators have the ability to create, administer, score classroom or district benchmark assessments. Now, they can create the system. There's 2 sets of item banks. There's a Certica item bank and a PowerSchool item bank. Teachers have access to the PowerSchool item bank. District writers, they'll have the Certica item bank. Prevents item exhaustion or any kind of cross-pollination of the 2. So it keeps those 2 separate. Administer, these can be pushed out, as the last bullet says. South Carolina provides us with a learning management system, Schoology. We'll bring that on board over the summer, moving into next year as well. Performance Matters and Schoology, both owned by PowerSchool now. Teachers can deploy those assessments through Schoology directly to their students. Now the scoring part, this sounds like it's heavily technology intensive. It is. Students can take the lockdown browser assessment fully secured. We can have full analytics off of that. We also have set up through all of our scanners that if they do print a Scantron sheet and bubble it in, if the teacher scan those results into a shared drive within 24 minutes to an hour, those are scored and put into Performance Matters as well. So it's not all computer. It can also be through a Scantron as well. It allows educators to deeply analyze assessment results at the student level, the classroom level, a grade or a course, depending on secondary, elementary, the entire school or the district. Overall assessment performance, as Dr. Rodriguez mentioned, the standard level, as well as a full item analysis now how it relates not only to the standard, but that DOK as well for the depth of knowledge. We can create and securely share reports. I will show you an example of that as a time saver for this presentation. And like I said, these are directly deployable through our learning management system. So I will move to share. All goes well. So right now we are looking at performance matters. We're looking at the dashboard. I'm signed in as a sample district administrator. When I look at this, this is everyone has access. This is district administration. So at the very top, if needed, if wanted, I could go directly to a school. If there was an instance where I needed to look at a specific student, now this is as a district administrator, I could go in and look. I could look at a student if needed. If somebody called and said, I have a question about a student, I can go in immediately. What we also see is we see absentee data. So we see the absentee rates of students. Each of these bars represents a color or a grade level. So kindergarten here, if I was looking just in the sample database, June 15th, 2020, 41 kindergartners were absent, and that represented 12% of their population. So I can track attendance immediately. I also see the breakdown of demographics. I see the male-female distribution. I see the ethnic distribution. I also see the attributes that relate to limited English proficiency. ED in this case, in this database, is economically disadvantaged. And I also see students with disabilities. Next to that, I can also see the discipline rate by grade level by month. That's immediately there on the dashboard at your fingertips. I clicked nothing. Going down, I'm getting into the analysis of now assessments. So in Performance Matters, when Dr. Rodriguez gave the 3 versions of tests, whereas it was management of instruction, we looked at testing for learning and then testing of learning. The first 2, the classroom assessments and the benchmark assessments, the formative assessments, those are what would be found under test analysis. These are either teacher-created or district-created assessments. Scrolling down a little further, I see student achievement. This is now getting into the state, the autopsy report. Those are the high achieving or the high stakes assessments. In this database, they only go to 2019, so kind of like the real world sample, not a whole lot in 2020 for us to look at. But I do want to show you what a school would see on that same dashboard. So in this example, I'm going to use Eastern Middle School. We see slight changes on that immediately when I click. I see just 6th, 7th, and 8th grade now for the attendance rates. So they only have 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students. I'm only going to see that data. There's an addition of a green bar. That's the school data. So if I'm looking male-female distribution, nothing really meaningful there. I see the school, the green bar, the blue bar, the district. For their ethnic distribution, matches pretty well, pretty representative of the district. But I do start seeing some differences when I look at the limited English proficiency of multilingual students. I see the school has a lower population than the district. I see they are also less economically disadvantaged. And I see that they have a lower students with disabilities. So that's immediate. I just see, just clicking, I know nothing about the school other than what I'm telling you I'm seeing in the sample database. I also get down to the test analysis. This is getting more honed down in the database. I'm looking at just assessments that were given benchmark or classroom assessments given at this school. And then again, student achievement. In this case, this assessment is the ELA assessment. Only seeing my school. So it's not seeing a district. So I'm seeing more limited data. This is nice. And part of what I told you, I can see data quickly, but now how quickly can I actually get to a student? So if I go back, I'm just going to refresh the page. So I'm going into the schools. I'm going to click Eastern Middle School. And I'm looking now, if I was an administrator in the building and I clicked on, I want to see my teachers. The orange bars at the top, that's teacher name. What you see below that, that's the distribution of students that they teach. So if I look at Emily Armstrong, I see that she teaches 79 students, that's all students, 6 of which are students with disabilities. She has no students that are currently marked language limited English proficiency. She has 26 of her students are economically disadvantaged. She has 31 students. That's EWS, that's early warning system indicators. This district has sample early warning indicators ranging anything from attendance, discipline, grades. So I'll show you a couple examples of that as we get into some of the reports. 17 of her students are gifted and 2 are in some sort of intervention. So I can quickly see that class. What does that class look like? So for this example, because I've got some assessments lined up, I want to show a teacher, Jill Summers. So Jill Summers has 78 students. We see a single student with disabilities. We see some economically disadvantaged early warning system. We see gifted talent, and we see 2 interventions. So now if I click on Jill, this is what a teacher sees as their classroom. If this was a fully populated database, you would see the smiling faces of students in the circles. But I use this teacher because she has an assessment. She has a benchmark assessment that I'm going to dig in and show you the analysis on. And that's what's underneath that. When you see, she says, just forced this student, Amaya, has 4 standards that were assessed on 1 assessment. Now this district in the system has set performance ratings of 4. So for example, blue would be exceeds, green would be meets, yellow approaches, red does not meet. Doesn't matter the name that you give them, that's what it equates out to symbolically. So we know, just looking at Amaya here, there's 2 standards that she's exceeding on, and there's 2 standards that she meets. So if I scroll down, I'm also going to look at Mackenzie. Mackenzie, same assessment, 4 standards, 1 test. We see each of those standards falls in one of the performance areas. So this is quick information for the teacher to see on the test. So since I'm sitting at a district level, I want to show you how a school can quickly get to their assessments. So I'm going to pick Eastern Middle School again. I'm going to scroll down again to test analysis. This is where we're getting to the formatives and we're getting to the classroom assessments. I know in this sample database that the math midterm 7 has viable data in it. So again, I'm sitting as a school administrator, I've logged into my school, I click on the math midterm 7. What am I looking at? So what I see is I see this test. I see an attribute. These attributes happen to be standards. As Dr. Rodriguez read a standard, I'll read this one as an example. This is a 7th grade algebra standard. It's the first one. Apply properties of operations as strategies to add, subtract, factor, and expand linear expressions with rational coefficients. That would probably take some folks sitting in a PLC to figure out what that means. But that's what standard 1 is. I see the number of items on the assessment that address that standard. There were 3. I can now see the percent and the number of students and how they performed on that standard on that assessment. The size of the color is the percent, the number is the actual number represented. So if I look at this quickly and I analyze this, I see standard 1 is an area of concern with 25 students not showing mass group, which represents roughly 40% of the population. So what do I do with that? I can go to the student item analysis. I'm in math midterm 7 again. I see that same starting chart. I'm in a familiar spot. I know I'm in the right place. If I scroll down, I now see all those 132 students that took that assessment. Here's Amaya again. She scored a 77.8 on the overall assessment. What I'm seeing to the right, that is the item analysis for those 11 items.
If I'm a teacher sitting in a PLC right now, I'm looking at question 3, because as I look straight down that line, I see a lot of red on question 3, right off the bat, right? Those letters you see in the middle are the incorrect answers identified by students. So you can look at that very quickly and you can see, boy, everybody got tracked by B or C or whatever, right? And then you can dissect what that issue is. So is there an instructional advantage for our teachers to have this information at their fingertips this quickly?
So Dr. Rodriguez is a nerd like I am when it comes to data, so we see that quickly.
Thank you, Daniel.
But the system, for those, if this was an ELA test, they might not say, wow, I see the disparity immediately. So at the very top, 47.7% of students showed mastery on this. I can already see that is a weak spot in my assessment. This chart here, this little icon by question 3, if I click on that icon, I see the item distribution. D is the right answer. A was the main distractor. There's something with question A. Now, if I only knew what the question was and I could see what A was, and then I could figure out where the learning happened, what happened, well, in this assessment, the educator is allowed to see the item. So we have 4x plus 2 minus x minus 7. Which expression is equivalent? It's either A, 3x plus 1, B, 3x plus 9, 3x plus 13, 3x plus 15. If you do the distributive property, we should get 3x plus 15. But let's say A was the main distractor. We know A got most of our students. What happened? Well, this item happens to actually tell you what happened. The student does not distribute the -1 to the -7. So they look at the minus sign in the equation and they forget that that actually should be multiplied. 2 negatives equal positive. They do -7 instead of +7.
Mr. Campbell probably figured that out before any of us as a former math teacher. But the point is that our teachers can utilize this. This is important information, I think, at people's fingertips to help inform instruction or to help reteach for students. It helps target it.
So that is a quick from the district level to the school level to the classroom level, to the kid level, to the test level, to the item number. And that was pretty quick. What I do want to show you is I made a report earlier. The system allows anyone that has the ability to create reports. In this instance, we're going to look at a baseball card. It's exactly what we had if you ever collected baseball cards when you were a kid. It's a lot of information on the back of that card that tells you about the player. So what we can do is we can schedule emails, or we can schedule a distribution of a link on the screen. It's not being shared, but I'm about to put a link in as if this was emailed to me. I'm not logged into Performance Matters right now. My browser knows that I want to go to Performance Matters, but someone at the district office shared this link with me, and they said it was a really useful baseball card report. So I'm gonna click on it and see what it tells me. So, of course, for the example, this evening, I used a 7th grade interim. I used the middle school, and I used the same students. There is Amaya at the top of the list again. I've added in her attributes, so no one has to go look and see that Amaya is a gifted female Asian. She's not a student with disabilities. She's an English speaker, and she's not economically disadvantaged. That's all there. But I wanted to throw in an example of an early warning indicator. I can take any of those indicators and add them to the baseball card report. So in this case, I just grabbed one that said early warning indicator behavior, 3 or plus incidents this school year. In this case, it's 1920. But then I added the overall score of that assessment, and I added the 4 standards. So now I see the same color. The numbers in between show the number correct versus the total number of items concerned. What Performance Matters allows me to do with this report, it's overwhelming in the state, but they have a fancy word for filtering. They use apply swatch. So if I'm looking at the overall score, and I want you to look at the students that failed to meet the expectation, I simply turn off the green, I turn off the yellow, I apply that swatching. I now have just the students that did not meet. I can then look at standard 1. Well, most of those students had some trouble with standard 1. I need to go back and address that with these students. So it immediately makes my groups. I can do the same thing from the student item analysis. I can create groups there as well. I want to see just students that maybe had an issue on my assessment that also happen to have 3 or more discipline incidents. There's the 6 students. So that's top to bottom of Performance Matters very, very, very quickly. Just a thumbnail view of the power of the analytics in this program.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. That concludes the portion on student achievement here today on building a balanced assessment system.
All right, we got a few questions.
Okay.
Mr. Geyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have a question. I have some comments. One, this is a valuable tool. A relational database structured like this will be very, very powerful. However, concerned about refresh rate in your data. I'm concerned about the ability of the technology base to cope with this amount of data and lines. This will be a challenge.
So not to answer because it wasn't a question.
It's not a question. No, I don't. Yeah, just say, look, be sure you're looking at that.
Yeah, it's actually on nightly right now for Beaufort County. It's updated nightly and it's not deployed to the entire system, but it is being tested and fully it's in a big release.
Now, this is going to take some professional development.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is going to take some professional development to be able to attack the data when you get it. So there is a significant amount of resources that's going to have to be spent to make sure our teachers and our administrators can manipulate the data and know how to do it. I am concerned about the collection challenges for the teacher to input the data. If we have teachers that are spending 2 and 3 hours at the end of every class day putting in data on individual students, we're going to have a problem. We're going to have a quick way or well in your training to be able to do it very quickly without adding too much to their workload. So you're going to have to come to us with, this is going to take more resources, especially in professional development and so on. So you're going to have to tell us what the resources you're going to need to do this. And lastly, caution. Don't get paralysis by analysis. You know what I'm talking about. So, but this is exciting as a tool to deal with the achievement gap, to really understand where it is, why it is, and how to get to it. I'm impressed. Thank you.
Ms. Robach?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I have some of the same kind of issues as Colonel Geyer had. I'm sitting here thinking, I love this. I would consider myself a data geek. And as a principal, I could spend hours on this every day doing this. The most meaningful use of this data is by the teacher. So to ensure that the teachers, now I'm thinking elementary school here, and so they've got all the different subjects. They have, I should know this in Beaufort County, but I'm afraid I don't, maybe a 45-minute planning period a day. That's not enough time to meet as a PLC, to do the work at the beginning, and then to also spend the time that they need with the data. I see this as requiring some out-of-the-box thinking, like how we get the teachers to release time for a couple hours every other week or something to really study the data so that they can use it effectively. And I think if we provide them the training and the time to do it, instead of just adding it onto their plate, that they will be more excited and see the greater value of it. Because I think it has a lot of value. But to be valuable, it has to be used. And so that's just my thought on it. I think that it's going to require some out-of-the-box thinking in terms of how do we give the teachers time to actually use the data. Thank you.
Mr. Mel Kimball?
Some of the same concerns, first of all, as a teacher, who's going to do it? You know, and not that the teacher's not dedicated to do it, but just so much stuff there that you're asking me to do, aside from dealing with that child 45 minutes an hour each day, trying to get work done on just a normal cycle of assessments, as Dr. Rodriguez outlined, his outline of the process. PLCs, but who's responsible for bringing that data back and who's responsible for the oversight? The district office, administration office, who's looking at each teacher and each child terms of how often they look at these things and processing these things down. That's, you know, that's not so much, the tool is excellent. The idea is excellent. It's good teaching and good, you know, good process of analyzing. But who's going to be monitoring the event all the way down? How often are you going to expect it? It could be judgmental. How often expect it? When do you call teacher to task or administrator to task for not monitoring, not moving for some corrective measures? That's my only concern about it. I'm sure you got to figure out what the process is going to be as you roll this out in terms of getting the teachers on board. They are, as a chairman, Roland said, they are the fundamental part of this. They don't do it. Then you got to put other things in place. And that might mean 40, 30% of your staff turnover. Not because they don't want to do it, they don't have time to do it, they don't understand how to do it. So first of all, on your end, you got to be clear that you've done your due diligence to get paid for it. So that's my question.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
I'm sorry. Building the balanced assessment system of this coming school year, all teachers going to be familiar with this.
We're going to be training and providing professional development. I know Dr. Stratos has already been working on the professional development, she and her team, around these PLCs and support around that work and looking at these assessments and implementation of assessments, progress monitoring assessments that are tied to state standards. We have a couple of item banks that are already tied to the state standards with assessments, so it's not asking them to necessarily build those assessments, although they can build any assessment they want to build and put it in the system. Because when the student takes the assessment on the computer, it automatically records it and drops it right in. When they take a paper and pencil and the teacher uses a Scantron machine and scans it, 20 to 30 minutes later, it drops it right in, right? The item analysis is done for them. They don't have to do the item analysis. The key, and it's what you're alluding to, or not alluding to, clearly saying, is that the real value in this, and Robin, if you could go back to slide 6, the real value in any data or any information is what you do with it, right? And I don't see Robin on there, but it's the image of the continuous improvement model, right? And in that continuous improvement model, in that slide 6, okay, the key there is the discussion and the conversation on the front end around deconstructing the standards, so we're all clear on what it is. But then on the midpoint here, when we're checking, right, is the conversation and the discussion around what happened with our kids. Did they do really well? Great, let's celebrate. Did they not? Where did we go wrong? Right? What part of instruction can we shift and adjust to come back for a reteaching moment in that instructional cycle? So that dialogue and that conversation is really important in order to support them in this work.
Ms. Vidrich?
Thank you, Dr. Boggs. This is very, very exciting. This is fabulous amount of information. I concur with everything that has been said thus far about the teacher preparation for all this and everything. But I really think, Dr. Rodriguez, that slide right there, it's not new.
Yes.
It's not new.
That's right.
Okay, so I think it's the next slide. That is the most important one. And it talks about leadership matters. So we're talking about our instructional leaders in the schools. Okay, and who's going to be held to task? Our instructional leaders in the school should be held to task to make sure that they give their teachers enough time to have a PLC where everybody that is on that grade level social studies class can develop an assessment, can analyze the assessment, can talk about remediation. It's absolutely imperative that our leaders in the buildings, our assistant principals, our literacy coaches, our numeracy coaches, know this inside and out and have the ability to deconstruct those standards. They're not easy to deconstruct. They're complicated, they're difficult, and so this information at your fingertips as a teacher is fabulous. This information as a district is fabulous. The one graph that you showed about discipline, can you break that down into subgroups?
You can export it, yes.
And then break it down into your subgroups and start looking at discipline by subgroups. Crucial information.
And same with our early warning system. So if you set the same threshold of a 3, 5, 7, level 3, you can break all that down as well.
So, to all this then, what about what's already out there? What about the data you get back from iReady? Teachers are using iReady. Teachers are using Fontes and Pinnell. Teachers are using formative assessments already. What's going with all that?
Well, formative assessments that they might be using, if we know for sure that they're clearly tied to the standards and aligned with the standards, right? That's an important piece. iReady, for example, we know iReady gives teachers a multitude of information, not just an item analysis, right? That's other information at their fingertips, right? In addition, it has a toolbox that our teachers can benefit from, because it has resources that are particularly tied to the standard, right? And it's aligned with the standards. And then in addition, the other advantage of iReady is that it is adaptive technology. And so it identifies where the student is, and it begins to help scaffold what they get, to keep pushing them to get towards grade level and where they need to go. So, I mean, those are all tools that we have that we want our teachers to have at their disposal so they can, right? This is a tool really to help them determine clearly if the instruction in the instructional cycle has met the target, right? If the students have mastered what they're supposed to know and be able to do at the end of an instructional cycle.
I think it's great. I think that, again, like everyone has said, it's going to take the leaders in the district, the leaders in the schools, to make sure that the teachers are more than adequately able to handle all this information and use it brilliantly, as I know they can and will. So this is now going to be hopefully rolled out beginning of the new school year. Is that correct?
We need training beforehand on all of this. We don't want teachers to start the school year and then train, right? We want them as comfortable as they can, because this doesn't just help them with the assessments for learning, right? Or their formative assessments. They can put their classroom assessments right into this too if they want, and it has the potential to actually take a load off of it too if we're using it efficiently and effectively. So we want to get that training there ahead of time. We want specific training around the PLC support for them in terms of high quality, PLCs, and we have some high quality PLC examples that are already in play in our district, and in those cases, what you're adding is that system's already there for them. But this tool will help them with their formative assessments and put this information at their teacher's fingertips anytime they want it.
And so I kind of heard a flare of where the other assessments going. That's where we are in implementation right now. I've already built out SC Ready, SC Pass, EOC, ACT, SAT in the system. So their performance matters as well. iReady can go in every assessment that we want to put in the system. We build out what we want to be reported, and it goes in like the baseball card.
Yeah.
You basically say, I want state and local assessment, I want spring math, I want math, and I would like the percentile of the risk score in all the domain areas. It puts in the baseball card as well. So all those assessments will end up in performance matters.
Next is Ms. Boatwright.
Thank you. I feel a little bit like a wet blanket. I don't love this because it gives me a lot of anxiety to have these kids reduced to attributes. I think of my own son who's currently in the system, just someone pulling him up and saying, oh, he's a white male with these, but I'm not an educator. So I'm going to defer to all the educators in the room that think if this is really going to work. But I will say what I would like to see as this gets rolled out is we need to be looking, is this improving achievement? Does it have a noticeable effect? There should be some way to measure that, right? And is it impacting teacher retention? Because I do worry that, like everyone's already said, that this is additional burden on teachers. So my thing is, I'm hoping this works just like everyone thinks it does, and it's going to be a great tool. And I'm very open-minded, but I do have a lot of concerns about there's no room in this program or any of these, it's not this program, but just this whole assessment model for causal analytics. What is causing people to have these issues? Are there things going on with kids? Kids are not going to show up and just be completely motivated to do really, really well on every assessment. There's a lot of other, counterfactuals that are going into it. So I think that there's a lot of potential here, and I hope it goes well. But I would like to see, is it working or is it having any negative impact? But I do have two questions from a data perspective. Who owns this data?
We own the data.
So they can't de-identify it, package it, sell it in any way?
It's our data.
Okay. And then the second question is, so PowerSchool bought Schoology, which has performance matters. So I know that we're rolling out a new enrollment program because I heard that someone was telling me. I know that we are upgrading our IdentiKid, for like attendance. Are we using the PowerSchool ecosystem for more of this stuff so that it works well together? Or are we still sort of having all these little programs all over the place that you have to try and finagle in?
Well, the conversation is actually kind of funny. Dr. Rodriguez first, asked months ago, have I ever heard of this company, Performance Matters? And I go, it's funny, yeah, it's PowerSchool. There's no Performance Matters. And that's when I was like, they actually just got bought by PowerSchool. So it was an independent company that got absorbed. Same with Schoology. Now, my shop we just go outside of it, we just left PowerSchool registration. That was.
You just left it?
Our contract had ended.
Okay.
We rebid, put an RFP, and they did not answer the RFP.
So we've got the new enrollment system is no longer PowerSchool.
It's not.
So next year, I will be getting notifications from PowerSchool, like with grades and everything.
No, that's totally different. That's the SIS, that's the Student Information System. Yeah, the registration is simply a form that you fill out that's not paper.
So the new system, what do we have?
We went with Scribble Software. It's a company that's working, it's expanding in South Carolina, but it's Scribbles. We just did school choice. It went perfectly fine. School choice was done on Scribbles as well.
So and I'm sorry, I'm kind of asking like an 18-part question, so I don't know. But what I worry about is we start, PowerSchool has HR software, it has finance software, and I wonder, we have all these little programs now, and new programs, and programs that are coming in under bids, and making sure that we are not fighting to get them all, to work together and talk together.
Not out of my department, because we have PowerSchool SIS in my four walls as well. So that's the number one in our RFPs, that is seamless integration with PowerSchool. But you realize South Carolina purchases PowerSchool for us.
Right.
So if South Carolina pulls the plug and says, we're not happy with PowerSchool, we're going to another vendor. If we were fully vested with everything PowerSchool, we could be stuck in a multi-year contract with a company that doesn't work with PowerSchool.
Right.
So there's both parts to it.
Yeah, as long as they all work together, it's fine. But that hasn't historically always been the case.
Ms. Middleton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I have to hold it. So I think Dr. Rodriguez answered my questions earlier, because my biggest question, and I have the concern of many here, that this is one more thing that teachers have to enter a lot of information into, You know, when you have several different systems that you have to enter information, that can be overwhelming. And just like Ms. Fittrick said, 45 minutes, I mean, our school leaders are going to have to schedule some time for the PLCs and to get the training and to enter all of this data. And my biggest question was, well, are children going to take these tests electronically? Because if a teacher has to sit in there and put in and you answer that question. So I'm glad that you clarified that all of the tests will be electronic, that they will sit there with their tablets or laptops and they will take the test and instantly that data will be there. So that is a plus for this.
Yes, or if they decide to do paper pencil with a Scantron, they can just scan it and 20 or 30 minutes later it'll be in.
And let me clarify this too. So they can put in their own exams. So based on the standards, if a teacher creates her own exam, she can put that into the system as well.
Mm-hmm.
How seamless is that? How easy is it to enter an exam into the system?
Yeah, you're building it into the system.
So one of the first things I saw in the system when we did our first walkthrough was the creation of an assessment. Even though I knew I was not going to do it, I wanted to see it. It's as easy as basically you go to the assessment part, you say, I want to create an assessment. What subject would you like? What standards do you want to address? Or you can even do it by topic. Louisiana Purchase. You type in Louisiana Purchase, all standards in South Carolina associated with Louisiana Purchase are there for your disposal. You click on the standard, 7th grade, 8th grade, whatever one it is, the items then pop up. You can then tell the system, like Dr. Rodriguez said earlier, you can make the assessment for me. And I would like a distribution of DOK of 30% each level 1, level 2, level 3. And it will make it for you. Or you could go through and you could vet the items one by one and say, I would like this item, I'd like these 2 items from DOK2. And I want these ones to show synthesis of a 6-item assessment. You say that assessment and you would deploy the assessment to the students.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Smith?
First, I'd like to thank you for taking time out to present this program. But along with that, for someone like me, I would like to have this Dr. Rodriguez in a PowerPoint presentation. Like I was in the first part of this, the part that Mr. Fallon, the part that he presented.
You're talking about the live demonstration?
Yeah, the live demonstration, like, just in case I want to go back and to process some of what was said today,
I'm not sure the value or how to create it in a way.
Like if you screenshot it and bring that, just so that I can understand and process and also so I can see it more clear. I mean, for some of it was kind of far from me, so I was trying to see it. And I just think that a PowerPoint presentation or a screenshot to show exactly what we're seeing could be a value. It's just something in the future, food for thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I understand.
Okay. And the second thing would be, I will agree with a lot with what the colleague said today about the timing of it, because one thing when it comes to teacher retention, I hear a lot of teachers tell me, when they see me, that listen, the district has too much paperwork. As teachers, we have too much paperwork teaching and doing different things. That's something big. So I think that we're trying to keep teachers, so that's something that we have to be cognizant. And I understand that we were talking about leadership and how leadership has to find the time. But we would want to be friendly and adding another to do things for teachers to have to be able to do to get this done. I try to be sensitive that if I were putting myself in that shoe, how would I feel? This is a great program. It has some good attributes, but it's also, I see that it's time consuming, and it's sitting here and hearing everyone's question and hearing Mr. Fallon to express the amount of program that we have. It's a lot of time going into paperwork as well, and I understand that we have to have some type of paperwork so that we can figure out in terms of the achievement gap where we're going. But I think that my question will come to is is some of this paperwork that we're doing is running simultaneously, and how much does it cost the district?
Yeah, to be clear, we haven't talked about paperwork at all. This is electronic. It's on a computer screen completely. It's not paperwork.
In terms of, you have to sit on the computer and do some of it. So
yeah, they don't have to enter anything in here. If they want to build an exam in here, they have to enter the exam and the exam questions. But in terms of entering how students did, which questions they missed, and that this thing does it for them.
Right, but in terms of, you said that they have to put stuff in the scanner, and then they scan and they're going to give them the results.
Well,
that's still, to me, that's still paperwork. That's still time consuming.
I didn't say that they had to do that. I said if they chose to administer the test as paper and pencil and use a Scantron sheet, that they would then take the Scantron sheet and have to scan it. And when they scan it, it drops the scores in there for them.
Okay. Well, just to keep moving forward, it sounds like it's a bit much when it comes to having another program. And my question too is, how much does this program cost?
Performance matters. I have to go back and see that. Do you remember? No. We'll get that for you.
Okay. And my last concern would be, I think that I'm just wondering what all programs do we have, and how much are these programs costing the district, and are any of these programs pretty much kind of, I guess, overlapping each other, because that's just something that we could possibly get a good.
So I think a couple things.
I'm not finished here.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I think that what we would need to do is, not saying that you don't do it, but to get a good idea, because I know that certain teachers at certain schools like certain different programs or certain principals, and possibly we might be getting all these programs. And I think that if we can get a good idea of what all we have in the district, I think that would help us to help us in terms of the achievement gap, and also in terms of some of the spending. That's all, but I do appreciate your presentation today.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I would say, I don't know that we have a program that does this right now, right? Like this. That's the first thing. And I think the other piece is, as we look at the systems in place, right, to help move student achievement, PLCs are part of that in moving student achievement. Progress monitoring data is part of moving student achievement. Having a system that we bring together of PLCs and progress monitoring assessments is an important component in helping to move student achievement. I mean, we could not do it. We could keep doing what we're doing and see if we're going to get a different result, or we could take a step forward and try a new initiative to try to bring us home with the better student achievement results. I think that's how I'm looking at it as I approach it.
Thank you, Daniel and Dr. Rodriguez. Some of my comments, I know David Strivenger has been quiet tonight, but I know one of the things he would say is we need to focus on results. That's the board's job, is focusing on the results and not get so bogged down with the tool. The tool is Dr. Rodriguez's purview. And to me, this presentation sounds great. I'm not an educator, but it seemed like a great way to try to help move student achievement. And that's what we ultimately need to know from this, is how are we going to improve the overall academic performance of our students? Is this going to be the tool that is going to achieve the result we want? And I also would have the same question as Mr. Smith, the cost. That was not addressed at all in the presentation. So everybody's had a chance to speak except for Mr. Strivenger. So I'm going to call on you, David. Would you like to speak or no, thank you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I know we all have received these. We all have a lot of questions about them, but we really do need to focus on results. If this feeds the result, then it's fine. This belongs to Dr. Rodriguez. This is the way he's going to do it. And we should say, okay, good. Thanks for letting us know. We'll see you when the results come in.
Okay, thank you. I think since everyone's gotten a chance to speak and we've spent quite a bit of time on this, if additional questions need to be addressed to Daniel or Dr. Rodriguez, I guess it would be Dr. Rodriguez. Because I see some people want to speak at an additional time. We do have a specific time we're having our second executive session, and that's 9 o'clock. We do not have any second public comments, but we still have quite a few things to cover on our agenda tonight. Dr. Rodriguez?
No, I was just going to say that we have from the Beaufort County School District PAC, Karen McKenzie, who is following this presentation.
So that's why I was going to suggest we move on unless there's a vote to not move on. Okay. Next will be, well, could you make a motion to continue on this topic? Everyone's had a chance to speak.
Well, I was going to say there were only 2 people who wanted to speak, who wanted to speak, or only 2 people.
I've already said, you need to take a vote if you would like to speak. Make a motion if you'd like to speak.
I would like to make a motion that we continue this conversation.
Do we have a second? There being no second, we move on to the next agenda item, which is Dr. Rodriguez, I'll you introduce Karen McKenzie.
Yes, thank you. Karen McKenzie from our Beaufort County School District PAC is going to share some information. I know they come to the board in the past, and so she's coming forward at this time. So Karen?
She do a question while she comes. That's okay, Madam Chair. I have a procedural question as she comes, if you don't mind.
And what is your question?
I was going to say, so in the future moving forward, will this be the process that we will take once we have topics?
I don't know, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Don't see Ms. McKenzie on.
All right, so I'm going to suggest then that we have, as I mentioned, the executive session is at 9 o'clock and it's now 8:43. So it doesn't seem possible that we can finish the rest of the remaining agenda items. Okay, now she's back.
She's on. Yes. Hi, Karen. You're on. Can you hear us? You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. I'm sorry about that. Thank you, board, for allowing me this opportunity to represent the Beaufort County School District Advocacy Council. Yes, I'm on.
We can hear
Dr. Rodriguez, I am here.
Perfect. Go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead. Can you hear us, Karen?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
No, I'm not on mute.
Yeah, perfect. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, great. I'd just like to share with you first the members of that council who are not with me tonight. Bernadette Hampton is a math teacher at Battery Creek High School. Selena Dupree, who is a 3rd grade teacher at Broad River Elementary. Araceli Johnson, she's 5th grade and she's at Beaufort Elementary. I'm sorry, I'm getting some feedback. Okay, I don't know why I keep hearing something I said earlier. I don't know, it must be a record issue. Keisha Glover is behavior management specialist at May River High School. I can hear you.
So Karen, it may be that do you have your, like your cell phone there, another microphone? You're gonna need to mute. If you have any other microphone near to where you're speaking, you're gonna need to mute it.
Maybe does that get me?
We can hear you, but we don't,
okay.
I'm not sure that you haven't spoken enough.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on. It's giving me a good bit of problems tonight. I did want to, I don't know if you could hear what I said about our team, but I was with Keisha Glover, who is behavior management specialist at May River High School. Michelle Gordon, of course, who is district teacher of the year, is also on our council. She's a math teacher at Bluffton High School. And Dr. Megan DeWeese, who is our new district teacher of the year in 1st grade at Okatee. So that is the group. We're pretty comprehensive, represent all sides of the river and all levels of education and school level professionals. So what our job is we really follow up on the teacher forum initiatives. And this year, one of the teacher forum initiatives centered around teacher retention. So we have focused our energy on ensuring consistent professional growth opportunities for all teachers. Professional growth helps to build that efficacy and consensus and professional satisfaction. Teachers in Beaufort County School District really need that equitable access to engaging and relevant professional growth opportunities. We started, what we do when we get those initiatives from the teacher forum is we sit down and we start digging into research. So that's what we did. We started looking nationally and at the state level, what's happening with professional development and what's happening with teacher retention. We're fortunate in Beaufort County, I will say that before I start, because we have Alice Walton and her team who work really hard to keep teachers here in Beaufort County. Across the country, however, we see that about 25% of teachers who leave their profession leave it because of testing and accountability. We see 55% of teachers who leave are typically dissatisfied with the working conditions, or they feel like there's a lack of ability to grow as a professional. So when we really started looking at that, we said, what can we do here in Beaufort County to support our Beaufort County Teacher Forum and support teachers in their quest for professional growth? And we came up with 2 possible solutions. One is kind of like a temporary fix. And what we thought was we do have a teacher forum newsletter. So if all of the different professional learning opportunities could be compiled and sent to our teacher of the year, that could go out through our teacher of the years at each school so that it would be available to all teachers. Again, that's just like a quick fix. In the long run, what we would really like to see is a one-stop shop for teachers. Is there a place where we could have a teacher corner, if you will, a place where teachers could go and say, hey, I want to learn more and grow as a math teacher, and they can find the math opportunities. I want to grow in my ability to reach those gifted and talented learners. How do I get those state mandated gifted and talented endorsement classes? So we would like to have something like maybe a tab on the district webpage that's just for teachers that we could go to and have those things. I'm going to be honest. Typically, when I come in front of the board with these things from the PAC, I am begging for help from our board members. And I'm appreciative of the fact that it has always been given graciously. We're in a different place now because now we have district leadership who join us. And this year we reached out, Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Bradley, Dr. Stratos, Alice Walton, Reggie Dees, I could go on, have all joined us at some point in trying to find solutions. So we have been able to, as you've heard already tonight, come up with some ways to improve those professional learning opportunities for next year for teachers. And we're hopeful that this will continue to grow. I know that as we're working on new curriculum, those pieces are already embedded in by Dr. Stratos' team. So we're really excited about that. Our second initiative is about something that we've already talked about a good bit tonight as I've been watching, and that is gifted and talented. This one is a little bit tougher because it's, as we did our research, we couldn't find a solution. So maybe you can help us with that. Again, the PAC has focused Initiative 2 on gifted and talented program. And our primary focus there is going to be population diversity, not only of the students identified, but of the instructional components of those programs for our learners. 2019, we had 22,405 students. And when we looked at the demographics of that, we were looking at 39% of those were white, 27 were Black, 27 were Hispanic, and 7% fell into that other category. That's great. We're really diverse, and we have good populations there. The problem is when we started looking at who are our gifted and talented learners, there became a real concern for us. 68.32% of gifted and talented learners in Beaufort County are white. 7.95% are Black. And it only gives us 3 categories, so the rest are going to fall into other. We have a problem with that. And so we started looking at programs around the state and programs around the country that address diversity among gifted and talented learners. And what we found is everyone is struggling with this. Across the country, 50% of the population enrolled in public schools is white, yet 60% of gifted and talented learners are white. So we're seeing that disparity all across the board. And we reached out, Carmen Dillard and Dr. Stratos, Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Bradley have all joined us on these discussions as well to look at ways that we can try to come up with solutions for our students. We know they're out there. We just have to get them identified. So the problem is the test. The test is very verbal based. It is not as culturally unbiased as we would like to see. And just today, I sat in on a gifted and talented lead meeting, and Ms. Dillard told us that we are moving forward with the Naglieri test. So we will be starting with that, which is a culturally unbiased test. We should see a swift change and some of our students getting identified from our subgroup populations. Another thing about gifted and talented that really has us excited is the gifted and talented subgroup will now have its own little layer within our district curriculum. So we'll have that differentiated layer for our MLs, for our multilingual learners, and then we'll have that layer there for our gifted and talented learners. So that's a really exciting piece for teachers to see the concentration put by our district leadership on that. There is one issue that we would like to see addressed, and that is gifted and talented endorsement classes are required for teachers who want to teach these students. And we'd like to see more opportunity for teachers with those. So that's kind of what the PAC has been doing up to this point, and we are excited that for quite some time we've wanted to say this, but we are working with our district now to advocate for teachers and students. And I'll take any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you, Karen, for your presentation tonight. There do not seem to be any questions. Lucy? I'm sorry.
Excellent, thank you.
Sorry, go ahead. We have one, sorry. My fault.
Okay.
Hi, Karen. This is Tricia Goodrich. I just wanted, not so much a question as just to thank you so much for your continued advocacy for your profession, for your students, and for this district. These are very important things that you have brought forward to your proposals tonight about having all professional development in one place instead of an email here or an email there. My learning plan is great, but like you indicated, it's not for the extra PD that is often offered. So I have great faith in Dr. Rodriguez and his team, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that some of these things that you're asking will come through. But again, thank you for everything you do, Karen.
Thank you so much. We have a great team in Beaufort County.
Mr. Smith?
I just wanted to get over everything that Mrs. Fisher said. I definitely appreciate you because you put a lot of work in, and there are always times when we see you out asking teachers and supporting teachers in different arenas. So I definitely want to tell you I appreciate you personally. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, since our agenda specifically states that we will reconvene tomorrow at 6 to finish the remaining agenda items, we will start tomorrow night at COVID-19 coronavirus update at 6 p.m. And we need a motion on now for the 9 p.m. executive session.